The Committee on Professional Conduct is now in session. I'm Doug Aguilera and the chair of this committee. This is the July 17th, 2025 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. The CBA welcomes and encourages public participation throughout the meeting. Members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment in person or via webcam or via the WebEx platform. Instructions on how to make a public comment will be provided whenever a comment period is open. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. I'd like to now turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed to establish a quorum.
Doug Aguilera.
Present.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines.
Present.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Bruce Rafel.
Present.
And Evangeline Ward.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Welcome, everyone. We'll start with item 1. Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda here in Sacramento? Moderator, can you see if there are any items for public comments online or items not on the agenda?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. We'll take requests in the order received. Are there any requests to comment on items that are not on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next agenda item is to approve the minutes of the May 15th, 2025 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. Does any member wish to make a motion? Thank you. Mr. Raffal. Second? Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Are there any questions or comments from our members? Are there any, I will now open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public at the Sacramento location who would like to make a comment? Seeing none, moderator, please open up the lines for public comment.
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item on the minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And if you cannot use your microphone, we do have an option for that as well. Are there any comments on the minutes? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed, please take roll.
Member Aguilera.
Yes.
Member Corrigan.
Yes.
Member Hines.
Yes.
Member Lotta.
Yes.
Member Rafel.
Yes.
And Member Ward.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Our next item is review and possible approval of policy direction regarding activities to earn continuing education credit hours. And Ms. Benedict is here to help us.
Good morning. I am Sarah Benedict, and I'm the manager of the License Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CPC and the CBA with an opportunity to discuss and possibly approve a change in policy related to activities to earn continuing education, or CE, for inclusion in a future rulemaking package. This agenda item aligns with Goal 2 of our current strategic plan, as noted on page 1. At the March 2024 CBA meeting, Past CBA President Joseph Rosenbaum, CPA, appointed CBA members Doug Aguilera, CPA, and Patricia Batchelor, CPA, to work closely with staff as a CE work group to develop proposals and ideas for CBA consideration. I'm going to refer to the CE work group as the work group going forward. The work group met on 3 occasions and discussed various CE regulation topics. Each of the topics will be brought to the CBA for discussion, culminating in an agenda item for consideration to initiate a rulemaking. I want to extend my gratitude to Mr. Aguilera and Ms. Batchelor for their time and expertise. Since the mid-1970s, the CBA has required licensees renewing their license in an active status to complete CE. The CE requirements are listed on page 1 and 2 of the agenda item. CPAs engage in various activities to earn CE credit. The CBA does not pre-approve CE except for the regulatory review course. CPAs independently choose activities to meet their CE requirements. The CBA currently accepts several different learning activities as CE. Formal learning programs, which are courses specifically developed to contribute to the professional competency of a CPA. College courses are considered formal learning programs. Instructor speaker, such as teaching a formal CE or college course or presenting at a conference or technical session. And writing-related CE activities, such as writing published articles, books, instructional materials, or questions for the CPA exam. This may also include performing a technical review of instructional materials like those used in a formal learning program. The work group discussed and agreed with staff's recommendation to add 2 new activities to earn CE. Participating in a standard setting workshop for the CPA exam and participating as a pre-tester for the purpose of calculating time for any formal program of learning. Participating in a standard setting workshop provides licensees with a unique opportunity in which licensees engage in technical discussions of the standards assessed on the CPA exam and the knowledge and skills necessary for minimum competency. The pre-testing of CE courses is one of the ways that CE providers may calculate completion time for a new or revised CE course. The completion time determines how much credit they can award participants who successfully complete the course. A CPA engaged as a pre-tester completes the CE course in the same manner that future participants will complete the course, including all of the required reading, videos, and activities. It is essentially the same as taking the course as a paid participant. It's just done before the course is made available publicly. Staff received feedback from CE course providers that finding CPAs to participate in CE course pre-testing can be difficult. Allowing CPAs to earn CE credit provides CPAs flexibility when completing their CE requirements and incentivizes CPAs to engage in pre-testing CE courses for the purpose of calculating completion time. Staff recommends the CBA approve the policy recommendations to allow 2 new activities to earn CE credit. That concludes my presentation. I will now turn it back over to Chair Aguilar, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your hard work and the great presentation. Appreciate it. Are there any comments from the committee? Does anyone want to make a motion to accept the recommendation? Mr. Raphael? I'll work on it. Second, Ms. Hines? Are there any questions or comments from our members? Are there any public comments from those of you here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, can you please open up the lines for public comment on this item?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen and click that, and we will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on this motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment section?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed, will you please take roll?
Member Ward,
Yes.
Member Rayful, Member Lotta,
Yes.
Member Hines,
Yes.
Member Corrigan,
Yes.
and Member Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
We'll now go to our next agenda item, which is number 4, overview of board-approved policy direction for licensure to implement Assembly Bill 1175, including possible approval of a revised definition of the ethics subject area and approval of advanced degree subjects to substitute for 1 year of general accounting experience. And we now have Ms. Huddy here to help us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Aguilera, and good morning. I'm Jennifer Huddy, Manager of the Initial Licensing Unit. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CPC and CBA with an opportunity to discuss and provide feedback to staff on a revised definition of the ethics subject area and the inclusion of advanced degree subjects that can substitute for 1 year of general accounting experience, as outlined in Assembly Bill 1175 or AB 1175. This agenda item aligns with goal number 2 of our current strategic plan, as noted on page 1 of the agenda item. At its January and May 2025 meetings, the CBA approved a series of policies that will inform a rulemaking package to implement AB 1175 if it passes. These policies are included as attachment 1 in your item. Attachment 2 illustrates the flexibility these policies will provide to future CPA license applicants by depicting selected combinations of education and experience that will lead to licensure. Attachment 3 shows the complete requirements for CPA licensure and all the options that applicants have in education and how that affects their experience requirements. At its January 2025 meeting, the CBA approved a policy that would define the ethics subject area to include courses in accounting ethics, professional responsibilities, and business ethics. After this policy was approved by the CBA, staff received feedback from university faculty requesting to expand this definition to include courses in audit and fraud, because many colleges and universities added audit and fraud courses to their programs in response to the CBA's inclusion of these subjects as accounting ethics under the current requirements. Therefore, staff recommend the ethics subject area definition be modified to include audit and fraud courses as shown in attachment 4. AB 1175 requires 2 years of general accounting experience for all licensure applicants. Applicants could substitute 6 months of this requirement with a CBA recognized certificate or 1 year with a specified advanced degree. At its May 2025 meeting, the CBA approved a policy on advanced degrees to substitute for 1 year of the general experience requirement. Applicants with a bachelor's degree in any field could substitute 1 year of general accounting experience with a master's degree in accounting, taxation, or laws and taxation. Those with a bachelor's degree in accounting could substitute 1 year of experience with a master's degree in related fields such as business administration, data analytics, economics, finance, or management. The CBA requested that staff research other advanced fields of study that will qualify as related fields for applicants with an accounting bachelor's degree. The revised list of recommended advanced fields of study is business, computer science or information systems, data analytics, economics, finance, law, management, marketing, mathematics, and statistics. Note that this list adds computer science and information systems, law, mathematics, marketing, and statistics to the policy that the CBA approved at its May 2025 meeting. It also replaces the specificity of business administration with a more generalized field of study of simply business. If AB 1175 passes, staff will prepare an item for a future CBA meeting to initiate the rulemaking process using policies approved by the CBA. Staff recommends approving the revised definition of ethics study to include audit and fraud and the updated list of advanced degree fields of study that will substitute for 1 year of general accounting experience. I will now turn the discussion back over to Chair Aguilera. Michelle Center and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huddy. Are there any comments from the committee? Thanks, Mr. Rafel.
I actually have a question. How many UCs and CSUs would you estimate offer these kinds of courses?
I don't have that information immediately available, but I'm happy to go back and research it. A lot of schools, though, do offer.
I'd just
under
be
5.
curious. You don't have, later is fine.
Yeah, I don't want to ballpark it right now.
Are there any other questions or comments? Would anyone care to make a motion on the recommendation as shown on page 6 of our packet here? Mr. Rafel, a second. Ms. Corrigan? There any comments from the committee? Are there any public comments here in Sacramento? Moderator, will you open up the lines for public comments online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, will you please take roll?
Member Aguilera,
Yes.
Member Corrigan,
Yes.
Member Hines.
Yes.
Member Lotta,
Yes.
Member Rafel,
Yes.
Member Ward.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Huddy. And thanks everyone on staff for getting us through these 2 items very smoothly. Good job. And our next agenda item is 5, update regarding California Board of Accountancy outreach for Assembly Bill 1175. Mr. Hempel is here to give us some information.
I am. Good morning, Chair Aguilera and CPC members. As he said, I am David Hemphill, Information and Planning Officer, and today I'll be presenting item 5. I look forward to giving you an update regarding our outreach efforts surrounding Assembly Bill 1175. I would like to highlight the work that staff is putting in to make sure all aspects of the bill are clearly communicated to all of our different stakeholders. These include aspiring CPAs whose road to licensure will be directly affected, current CPAs wondering what the changes may mean for them when it comes to mobility, and educators and educational institutions who need to be aware of the changes to better advise their students. Today, I'll go through our strategy in terms of communicating AB 1175 and share some specific numbers so we can gauge how effective it has been. And I'm going to have a little fun here too and kind of walk you through some things here on the screen. So should have some fun with that. All right, so we're going to start with our online outreach efforts and all the digital platforms we can use to disseminate information to the public. And first and foremost is the CBA website that you can see here. You've probably seen it many, many times. We created a web page specifically dedicated to AB 1175, which launched in February, right after the bill was introduced in the legislature. To make sure that anyone visiting the CBA webpage finds out about this page, there is a big banner image right at the top of the CBA homepage, and there it is right there, and we're going to click on that. So this page has a very comprehensive background about how the CBA collaborated with multiple individuals and organizations across the stakeholder spectrum over the last 2 years to come up with what would eventually become the contents of the bill. The page is regularly updated as the legislative process unfolds, so visitors can follow its process. You can see right up here, we talked about how it just passed earlier this week and is now headed to Senate Appropriations. Some major points here. Here's some of the background information like I'm talking about. You can click here, so that way not everything, because it's quite lengthy here with a lot of the details that we went through. So you click on that for lots of information. Then you can click here to actually see the meetings beginning all the way back in January of 2023, meeting by meeting. And you can either click on this to actually watch the proceedings from the meeting, or you can click on the attachment to read the paper that was presented along with that. So like I said, that's 2 years worth of meetings that people really want to go down deep and find out exactly all of the discussions that led up to the legislative proposals. Then you see we've got a handy little timeline that our team did. Then we discussed the regulations, some of the videos that we've done, and links to other national articles, and podcasts down here. So there's a lot of good information there. The creation of this page has enabled us to share all the work that went into AB 1175. And we regularly share this page with legislature and legislative staff. A total of over 8,000 visitors have come to this page since its inception. So another major focus of our online outreach is video, and staff has been regularly producing short videos featuring different aspects of the bill, which have several thousand views across all platforms. And here's some of them right here on the page. We do recap videos after each of these very board meetings. And of course, AB 1175 is often the main focus of those videos. Back in 2023, as a little background, when we were first asking for feedback about how students would like to receive information as part of the Sure CPA project, which is how this all began, video was one of the most common responses. That's how they want to get their information. So we've worked hard to make sure that we have quality video content available that they can consume in just a few minutes. All right, so I'm going to click now onto our videos page, and you can see some of those. So all of the recent videos that the CBA creates lives here on this videos page. Here's the one that we just finished this week. That's our latest one. And then you can see we also have the third installment of the Accounting for California podcast video right here, which features our very own executive officer, Dominic Franzella, and Cal CPA President and CEO Denise Fremming, CPA. They go in depth about AB 1175. They've actually done this 3 times now since late last year. This last episode was just posted last week, and all 3 in the series have been very informative for those wanting to spend a little more time. That's what podcasts are all about, right? Dig in a little deeper, learning about the nuances of the bill and the regulations that will eventually be drafted to implement it. These podcast videos have been proven to be quite popular with nearly 2,000 total views on YouTube. See, there's the first one and the other one's down there. So we do have a podcast page as well with just the audio, but for these we've done video along with it, which is even better. We also have our update online newsletter. Both issues published this year, numbers 104 and 105, have featured 2-page spreads about the bill and its progress through the legislature. An email is sent to around 100,000 licensees and those who are subscribed to receive emails from the CBA whenever a new issue goes out, with a link for them to read or download it. As well as the content we produce and post online for people to check out at their leisure, we also host interactive virtual events. Staff began a monthly CBA Live series in April, a question and answer session where we open with an update on the bill's progress, and then people can ask their questions about the pending licensure changes. Stakeholders always find it beneficial being able to interact directly with staff, and we held our 4th session about this just last Friday. Show you where some of these live, and we do post them online for those who are not able to attend live and ask their questions right then. So this is our outreach events page on the website, and you can see right there, there's the one we did last Friday. Here's a in-person event we did in San Bernardino back in May. There's another one of our live Q&As from May. So another important component of our 1175 outreach is our in-person and virtual Your CPA Roadmap events. We added a good deal of information about the pending licensure requirement changes to our usual presentation, where we go into the examination and licensure requirements in the application process. So the reception from the students hearing about AB 1175 has been overwhelmingly positive in all instances, and they always have a lot of excited questions for us afterwards. So far in 2025, we've held in-person events at UC Berkeley and CSU San Bernardino, and a virtual event with CSU Northridge. A total of approximately 200 people have attended these events, mostly comprised of aspiring CPAs and university faculty, but there were also accounting firm representatives at the San Bernardino event. Now, looking ahead to the fall, I'm excited to share with you what we're calling, I want like echo effects here, the 2025 CBA Campus Tour. You want to see why I said it like that? So here's our logo, right? Very rock band inspired. So we're hitting the road. So anyway, with AB 1175 getting closer to becoming law, staff intends to get in front of as many students and faculty as possible over the coming months to share the news. So beginning September, we're hoping to schedule 2 or 3 events every month with different colleges and universities throughout the entire academic year. Most of these will be virtual, but some will be in person as well. So branding the entire endeavor as the campus tour adds cohesion to the effort and hopefully a coolness factor too that students will look forward to coming to their campus. So yes, we created this rock band inspired tour logo you saw in the report. And once dates have been locked in, we might even get some t-shirts printed up. So in case you receive an email from me asking for your t-shirt size, now you know what that's for. So we just sent our first emails out last week, letting universities know of our plans and giving them the opportunity to book a date. And we already have 5 schools locked in, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. So this is going to be a busy and exciting time for the outreach team, and we will be asking members for your help in participating in some of these events. So that's a lot of activity, and we haven't even touched on social media yet, and that, of course, is one of the most powerful tools we have at our disposal to spread information in a timely fashion, and the CBA has a presence on all major platforms. We've made at least 25 posts about AB 1175 on each platform, including informational posts and sharing when a new video or podcast is produced, with over 71,000 total impressions in all of these posts so far. With more than 8,700 followers and counting, LinkedIn is by far our most active platform. One of the very first posts we made about the bill, announcing its first official step forward when it was passed by the Assembly Business and Professions Committee, is actually the most successful post to date with almost 8,000 impressions. I'm going to show this one to you. There we go. And another 1,000 on Facebook. So you can see a lot of love for it here, 11 reposts, and it was just kind of announcing that, like I said, the first time that it went through. So safe to say folks were excited that the bill was up and getting moving. And then another post sharing one of the AB 1175 videos about the changes in educational requirements. We actually filmed this on campus at San Bernardino when we were there in May. You can see this was shared 15 times on LinkedIn, which earned the post almost 5,000 impressions, and the video has now been viewed over 2,400 times. So all of that is going pretty well. So one nice thing to note is that the AB 1175 is quite often some of our higher performing content compared to other social media posts. So it can be deduced that people are interested in following the bill and finding out more about it even during the legislative stages. Okay, I hope that gives you a good idea of how hard staff has been working to raise awareness about Assembly Bill 1175 and will continue to do so, especially if and when the bill becomes law this fall. At this point, I will turn it back over to Chair Aguilera, but I would love to hear any feedback you may have about this outreach and would be happy to provide any further details about a particular topic you may be interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hempel. It does demonstrate how hard you all have been working. And I really appreciate your work, and the enthusiasm that you bring to this is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the committee? Yes, Ms. Corrigan.
Yes, and you stole one of my words. I was going to say fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Staff are doing a tremendous job and bringing us into current times as far as what we're doing on our website and everything else. It's wonderful. Thank you.
I'd like to thank most of my staff is here. So wave, everybody's working on it. So they do an awesome job.
Good job. Ms. Lotta?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, same as everyone else, you guys have been very proactive, and walking our licensure candidates through this legislative process is a complex, evolving topic, and I think staff is doing an excellent job with that. I really like the campus tour idea too. So I think it's good that we'll get in front of them and kind of walk them through in person the opportunities that we do have for that. So yeah, excellent, great work. Thank you guys.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Hines?
Echoing my colleagues' appreciation for the work that you all do. What I also really appreciate is the data that you all bring and how you break out, the impact that the work that you're doing is having. And it helps us, each meeting, we're able to build on and see really how effective this work is going. So thank you for that information as
Good.
well. And the way that you all break it out too is really helpful to understanding the impact of the work.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely going to make a focus of doing some tangible numbers and details for all of you each meeting. So thank you.
Ms. Ward.
Just echo everything they're saying. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. I think it's super important, the tour, like Ms. Lotta said, because most of the time in college, especially junior college, they're not sure what they want to do. And they take all these courses and decide later, oh, maybe I want to do that. But by you going out first and say, hey, this is what you can do with the CPA, that'll help a lot of students not waste time.
Great. We hope so. Thank you.
Mr. Rafel.
And whoever designed your graphic has obviously been influenced by the Grateful Dead. Very, very clear to see.
He did good.
I
I
had-
threw out some examples. I'm like, make it look
Somebody
something
had
like this.
seen Grateful Dead posters. My question is, as this bill went through the legislative process, did you get any feedback or proposed amendments from legislators who wanted to change aspects of the bill in a major way?
Should we talk about that in the LC meeting? Or do you want to get into it now?
I can defer. I'm on that committee too, so I'll
Yeah.
defer.
The short answer is there really hasn't been much.
Okay.
Yeah, the only substantive change was to move out the effective date of the requirements. So nothing of the actual, what makes up the degrees or any of the tangible stuff that is going into it has been affected in any way.
Ms. Corrigan.
Just another comment that occurs to me. You know, I was licensed some time ago, and over the years, the CBA was really such a mystery. And to learn about, gee, what do I need to renew and what's required and all that, I, would look into the regs myself. I didn't feel like there was anybody to reach out to. I mean, there probably was, but I didn't. And it's so much more. The CBA really is in touch now and out there, and not so invisible and removed and remote like it was before. And it's really fantastic. Do enough people really go to the website? No. I mean, I talk to professors, et cetera. It's like, they're always asking questions like, go to the website, it's all there. So hopefully they will get better and better and better. I think they're much better than they were before, but it's fantastic to see that CBA really is in touch and touchable, can be accessed and is there to help. It really wasn't that way before. I can tell you that from experience. Thank you.
Ms. Lotta.
Yes, I just wanted to add, since my time on the board, I think the outreach output it increases every single time you present before us, and the infographics have increased greatly, and you continue to modernize, which is really great. I remember when I was trying to figure out exam requirements, and the CBA website was still there, but you have to do the handbook and kind of read through that, and it's much more approachable and digestible, I think, for our candidates now, which is great. I did have one question in regards to AB 1175 and our social media posting about that. Do candidates or followers engage or ask questions through social media about those topics?
There's a few that do. It feels like the ones that a lot of licensees are asking questions more than maybe the applicants are. So we don't get a ton of questions, but there's a few comments here and there that we'll chime in on, but the team is always following closely, so we answer them quickly.
Are there any public comments here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, will you open up the lines to see if there are any public comments online?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the presentation, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the information presented? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment period?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Was our last agenda item. We are now adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Teresa Thompson, and I'd like to kick off the July 17th, 2025 Legislative Committee meeting. The CBA welcomes and encourages public participation throughout the meeting. Members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment in person or via the WebEx platform. Instructions on how to make a public comment will be provided whenever a comment period is open. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Reed to establish a quorum.
Teresa Thompson,
Here.
Evangeline Ward,
Here.
Patricia Batchelor,
Here.
Nancy Dong,
Here.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines, Bruce Rafel,
Here.
and Joe Rosenbaum.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Turning over to our agenda, the first item is for public comments for items not on the agenda. I'd like to see if there are any public comments for items not on the agenda here in Sacramento. Seeing none, moderator, are there any public comments for items not on the agenda on the WebEx?
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment, these instructions are on the screen. You may click on the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Each speaker, as stated, will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment period?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 2 is to approve the minutes of the May 15, 2025 Legislative Committee meeting. Yes, Mr. Riefel. Thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Batchelor.
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Batchelor. Do I need to vote? Oh, sorry. Are there any public comments in Sacramento regarding the meeting minutes from May? Seeing none, moderator, are there any public comments on the WebEx?
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the minutes, you may look for the hand icon and click that. The hand is at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it may be behind the 3-dot other options. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the minutes? I do not see any requests. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed, can you take a vote?
Member Batchelor,
Yes.
Member Dong,
Yes.
Member Hines,
Yes.
Member Rafel,
Yes.
Member Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Member Thompson, Member Ward,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 3 is a written report. The California Board of Accountancy 2025 Legislative Tracking Chart, considerations for taking positions on legislation, and 2025 legislative calendar. Are there any public comments in Sacramento on the written reports provided in item 3? Seeing none, moderator, can you open up the WebEx for any public comment on item 3?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Are there any comments on the report? I do not see any requests. Shall I close that public comment period?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Agenda item 4 is the update on the California Board of Accountancy sponsored legislation, Assembly Bill 1175, Accountants, and Mr. David Hemphill will be presenting this matter.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Good morning again, members. I have 3 items to present to you this morning. I'll begin with item 4, which is an update on Assembly Bill 1175, which we know so well, the California Board of Accountancy sponsored legislation. So AB 1175 was heard in the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee just this past Monday, July 14th, and passed on a vote of 11-0. So the bill is now on its way to the Senate Appropriations Committee, where it will be heard on August 18th after the legislature returns from their summer recess. I want to express our gratitude to Member Rosenbaum, who did an excellent job, there he is, testifying in support of the bill, and to Jason Fox from the California Society of CPAs, who also provided comments supporting AB 1175. Pat Joyce of the Accountants Coalition was in attendance, representing the large accounting firms, and voiced their support of the bill. Mr. Fox was also instrumental in coordinating a number of meetings prior to the Senate committee hearing that staff participated in with some of the senators who sit on the committee and discussed the bill and answered questions. Additionally, CBA Executive Officer Dominic Franzella, Administration Chief Deanne Pierce, and Mr. Fox met with the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee consultant Alyssa Silva and staff from bill author Jackie Irwin's office to provide background information regarding the positive impact that AB 1175 will have on the accounting profession. The bill was not amended since the last CPA meeting. Staff recommends that the Legislative Committee retain its sponsor and support position on this measure. No action is necessary on the item, and I will turn it back over to Chair Thompson for any questions the members may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Hemphill. Members, are there any questions or comments regarding item 4? Excellent. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment in Sacramento for item number 4, if there are any. Seeing none, moderator, are there any public comments on the WebEx in regard to agenda item 4?
Let me see. If anyone would like to make a comment on agenda item 4, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If anyone would like to speak, you'll have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on item 4? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hemphill, if you would like to continue with item 5, the review and possible action on legislation with California Board of Accountancy impacts.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. So these bills were presented to you at the May meeting. Staff has been in contact with the authors of these bills to offer our assistance and insight as we were directed to at that meeting. If you agree, Chair Thompson, I'll talk about all 4 bills and then turn it back over to you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So let's begin. 5A is Assembly Bill 1405, Artificial Intelligence, Auditors Enrollment. So as you recall, the focus of this bill is to establish an enrollment process within the California Government Operations Agency for those who audit artificial intelligence, or AI, allowing them to perform any covered audits which require an audit of an AI system or model by an independent third party. This bill took some minor amendments in the Governmental Organization Committee. However, most of the issues raised at the last meeting are still valid with the current version of the bill. Like I said, those issues have been expressed to the author's office. This bill passed its Senate Policy Committee and will now be heard in appropriations also on August 18th. Again, staff has no recommended position on this measure and will continue to work with stakeholders and the author to share information, provide guidance, and be a resource to help shape the overall legislation. Okay, so item 5B, these are the 3 school accountability measures, we're calling them. We've combined into a single analysis. So it's Assembly Bill 84, Senate Bill 414. Those 2 are continuing to move through the process right now. And then Senate Bill 719, which failed a deadline earlier and is now a 2-year bill. So that's not active at the moment. So these bills, again, were presented to you at the May meeting. The 3 bills attempt to prevent charter school fraud by strengthening the oversight of local education agencies, or LEAs, which include charter schools. The concepts contained in the bills propose to establish various accountability measures for LEAs by legislatively implementing components of a report that was released by the state controller titled Audit Best Practices for Detecting and Curtailing Charter School Fraud. Now, Assembly Bill 84 and Senate Bill 414 had a lengthy hearing yesterday in the Senate Education Committee where significant testimony was provided. The bills passed out of the committee and will now head to appropriations in August. Again, the concern raised in the analysis and at the May meeting have been expressed to the author's office. Both bills have been amended, but again, the amendments did not change any of our issues. So most notably, these pertain to peer review, training and continuing education, and the use of the undefined terms such as certified prior experience. Again, staff has no recommended position on these measures and will continue to work with stakeholders and the authors to share information, provide guidance, and be a resource to help shape the overall legislation. So I will turn it back to you, Chair Thompson, for questions, comments, and a possible motion.
Thank you. In regard to the school accountability measures, you mentioned that there was, it was heard yesterday, there was significant testimony. Were there any changes yesterday as a result of what was said?
As of now, no, there were no changes made. On AB 84, they did say that it should be amended again, is kind of what they're talking about. So we're expecting that more changes will come, possibly even before it goes to appropriations. So there's a lot of, they kept saying there's a lot of work being done on this. A lot of the people that were speaking said that. So there's still a lot of moving pieces to this, we estimate.
Yes, Mr. Francella.
So just to add on to that, there was I don't believe 414. I think is being heard today, or it was heard yesterday. But 84 had about a 3.5 hour hearing yesterday with a lot of feedback, about 2 hours of it just being individuals going up and voicing their opposition or support for the measure. And so the authors for 414 and Assembly Bill 84 have been working with various stakeholders for the past several weeks, holding workshops and kind of going line by line, trying to address and deal with these concerns. And earlier this week, Cal CPA was invited to participate in some of those discussions. We tried to be a part of those as well. They weren't as interested in hearing from us, but Cal CPA carried some of our information in there and really was focusing on some of the peer review elements for us, primarily because that's the biggest concern I think we have. We've outlined a couple, but the peer review one is the one that is most significant. So I think there was some discussions both on Monday and Tuesday about that. And I think a lot they got passed out with the anticipation there's going to be a considerable amount of amendments and reconciliation on those bills to occur during the summer recess. So we'll continue to monitor and report back once we hear some more information.
Thank you. Ms. Batchelor?
Yes, I have a question about the artificial intelligence audits. Those would just be auditing those systems, is that correct? It wouldn't be AI now doing financial statement audits.
Correct, auditing of the actual systems. And that's why it's kind of confusing. In the bill, it says artificial intelligence auditors. That kind of makes it sound like AI is doing the auditing. No, it's auditors of the artificial intelligence. So we've kind of written it that way, but yes, that is correct.
And these auditors that are looking at that system, are these consist of CPAs doing it?
That's one of the issues. There is not a lot of direction for that. So essentially what the bill does is establishes an enrollment process. So if you're going to be an auditor of AI, you now have to go through this enrollment process. But the problem is there's no specifications regarding how they do the audits and essentially whether they're CPAs or not CPAs. So those are some of the issues that we raised last time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to hold public comment on item 5, and then we'll take them all together after item 6. Mr. Hempel, would you like to continue with item 6 of the agenda?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Thompson. So so this is the legislation that we are monitoring. So there are 11 other bills working their way through the legislature that the CBA staff is monitoring. Many of these measures may see other content or could be taken up in the second year, but as of now, none of the 11 have risen to the level where we need to present them back to you. So we will continue to watch them as they evolve and If they do rise to that level, staff will prepare an analysis and the bill will be presented at a future meeting. So no action needed on this item, and that concludes my presentation. So I will hand it back to you, Chair Thompson.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is there any public comment here in Sacramento on agenda item 5 or agenda item 6? Seeing none, moderator, are there any public comments for agenda item 5 or 6 on the WebEx?
Let's see if anyone would like to make a comment. You may look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on agenda items 5 and 6? I do not see any requests. Shall I close public comment?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, we can adjourn our legislative committee meeting today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Dong. Welcome to the July 17th, 2025 Enforcement Program Oversight Committee meeting. First order of business, I would like to welcome our newest CBA member, Ms. Guzman. Ms. Guzman was appointed to the Enforcement Program Oversight Committee. There will be a more formal introduction by President Tu when the CBA meeting begins after this committee meeting, but we are very happy to have you on this committee. The CBA welcomes and encourages public participation throughout the meeting. Members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment in person or via the WebEx platform. Instructions on how to make a public comment will be provided whenever a comment period is open. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comments. Ms. Reed, can we have a quorum? Nancy Dong,
Present.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Here.
Doug Aguilera,
Present.
Patricia Batchelor,
Here.
Yanita Guzman,
Here.
Teresa Thompson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Okay, so we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes of the May 15th, 2025 Enforcement Program Oversight Committee meeting. Can I have a motion? Okay, Ms. Batchelor, second.
To approve.
Second,
I second.
Ms. Aguilera. Ms. Reed. Oh, excuse me. Is there any public comment in Sacramento? Seeing none, can we open up WebEx?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the minutes, you are welcome to click the hand icon, and each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the minutes? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we call a vote?
Member Aguilera,
Yes.
Member Batchelor,
Yes.
Member Dong,
Yes.
Member Guzman,
Abstain.
and Member Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The last item on the agenda is a written report that covers an overview of the roles and responsibilities of the Enforcement Advisory Committee. This will be led by Ms. Carrie O'Connor, Chief Enforcement Division.
Thank you. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide members with an overview of the Enforcement Advisory Committee, which I will refer to as the EAC, and there's no action needed on this item. The EAC supports the CBA in its enforcement efforts and consumer protection work. They provide technical guidance, review investigative case files, participate in investigative hearings, which I will refer to as IHs throughout this presentation, and they also make recommendations on next steps following an IH. The EAC is made up of 13 licensed California CPAs, and members serve 2-year terms, and they can serve up to 4 consecutive terms. Each year, the CBA appoints an EAC chair and vice chair, and the CBA president appoints a CBA member as a liaison to the EAC. This year, CBA member Corrigan is our EAC liaison. The role of the liaison includes attending EAC meetings and keeping the CBA updated on key issues and recommendations reviewed during EAC meetings, while also sharing CBA policy updates with the EAC. EAC meets 4 to 5 times a year, and the meeting agenda includes an open session and a closed session portion. Typical items discussed during the open session include the approval of meeting minutes, a review of the enforcement activity report, and the report from the CBA member liaison. Once the open session of the meeting has concluded, the EAC convenes into closed session to conduct IHs and review open and closed investigation files. IHs are conducted in person and are fact-finding in nature. Think of it as a quasi-deposition. They are utilized to gather more information for an investigation, give the licensee a chance to clarify or elaborate upon information already gathered by the CBA. A court reporter a member of a member panel comprised of 2 EAC members, a deputy attorney general, the investigator, and the licensee who may appear with or without counsel, all are present at the IH. After the IH has concluded, the panel members will make a recommendation to staff regarding next steps, whether to close the case, investigate further, or refer for disciplinary action. IHs are a very small percentage, less than 1% of the total number of investigations conducted by the Enforcement Division. For example, the EAC conducted 19 IHs in fiscal year 2023, and so far, and 11 investigative hearings in fiscal year 2024-25. EAC members also provide assistance with open investigations, providing technical guidance that helps move those cases along more efficiently. As part of the CBA's 2025-29 strategic plan, the EAC will play a larger role in the investigative process, being involved more in complex and specialized cases, including cases that are in the intake process and pending assignment to an investigator. For example, some of the cases that they may be called upon to review could include gross negligence, fraud, or audits, and staff will provide training to EAC members to develop procedures to support this expanded role. Lastly, the EAC reviews a sample of closed cases and reports their findings to me. And this information is used to support ongoing efforts to strengthen and improve the quality of the CBA's enforcement operations. CBA members are welcome to observe an IH to gain a better understanding of the process. If a member does observe an IH, should that matter be brought before the CBA for discipline, the member must recuse themselves from that case during closed session. If you're interested in observing an IH, feel free to reach out to me directly to coordinate. And that concludes my presentation. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chair Dong and would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Are there any questions or comments? Okay. Any questions or comments or questions from Sacramento? Okay, moderator, can we open up WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the overview, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the overview? I do not see any requests to comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And this committee is adjourned.
And during the break, Kathy Johnson, I'm going to promote you to panelist in case you've got time to do a mic check. And Kathy Johnson, you do have the ability to unmute yourself now if you'd like to do a mic check.
Yes, this is Kathy. I'm here.
Fantastic. Just wanted to make sure everything was running smoothly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Good morning again. My name is Yen Tu, and welcome to our July, what's today, 17th CBA meeting. It's nice to have everybody here. We're running really smoothly today, and let's see, Joe, I promise you we are going to be on time, right, Joe? All right. All right. So the CBA welcome and encourage public participate throughout the meeting. Members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment in person or via the WebEx platform. Instruction on how to make a public comment will be provided whenever a comment period is open. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. Ms. Reed, could you call the roll?
Yin Tu. Christian Lotta.
Present.
Doug Aguilera.
Present.
Patricia Batchelor.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Nancy Dong.
Present.
Yanita Guzman.
Here.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Here.
Bruce Rafel.
Here.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Here.
Teresa Thompson.
Here.
And Evangeline Ward.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, now I would like to read our mission statement for the record. The CBA's mission is to protect consumer by ensuring only qualified licensure practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Thank you for listening to our mission statement. It's important that we do that. Now let's go on our agenda, public comment for item not on the agenda. Is there anybody from Sacramento that have? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, please open up WebEx for comment.
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not already on the agenda, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. The hand is at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, it may be behind the 3-dot other options, and any call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments for items not on the agenda? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're
All right, moving to item number 2, report of the president. I am very pleased to welcome Ms. Unida Guzman. Ms. Guzman was appointed by Speaker of the Assembly, Robert Rivas, on May 22nd. Ms. Guzman is the founder of the Career Gym, a full-service career coaching business. She has a diverse background in nonprofit leadership, project management, software implementation, and education. Ms. Guzman graduated from Hispanias Organized for Political Equality Leadership Institute and How Women Lead Latinas Insight. She earned a Master of Art degree in education from California State University, San Francisco, and a Bachelor Art degree in sociology from the University of California, Berkeley. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Guzman to the California Board of Accountancy. Welcome. Do you want a minute or so to say hi or comment or anything?
Hi. Thank you, and I am looking forward to contributing to the board.
Thank you. Again, welcome to our board. And we're now moving to item 2B. Item 2B, provide member with the information regarding opportunity to participate on committees with American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. AICPA announced on June 1st, 2025, it will begin accepting applications for the 2026-27 volunteer year. Those interested in serving on the committee for the 2026-27 volunteer years should complete the online committee interest application no later than October 1st, 2025. And to ensure that staff track CPA members' interests, please email Ms. Reed when you submit an application and provide the committees you are seeking appointment to. If you have any question regarding AICPA committees, please also contact Ms. Reed. Any comment for the item 2B from the board? Seeing none. Any comment from the public? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up Alex for comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the volunteer year, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any requests for comment? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Moving to item 2C, Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Department Activity. Ms. Susan Kills-Chris, Legislative Analyst, Division of Legislative Affairs, will be speaking.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. My name is Susan Kilcrease of the California Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. In January, Governor Newsom released his proposed 25-26 state budget, which includes, am I not close enough? There we go. Which included a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business Consumers and Housing Agency, into 2 state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Service Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, I'm pleased to share that the governor's reorganization plan was enacted on July 5th. Again, the new Business and Consumer Service Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs would be among the 8 departments in this new agency. The 2 new agencies will officially become operative on July 1st, 2026. DCA will participate in multiple agency workshops on the logistics required to transition to this new agency. DCA will continue to keep board and bureau leadership apprised throughout the year ahead. On March 3rd, 2025, Governor Newsom issued an executive order requiring all state agencies and departments to update their hybrid telework policies for employees and increase from 2 to 4 days in office per week beginning on July 1st, 2025. At the end of June, agreements with several labor unions representing employees within the Department of Consumer Affairs were released, delaying the 4-day in-office requirement by 1 year. DCA continues to host biweekly meetings with boards and bureau leadership to share information and answer any questions. On June 9th, 2025, the Department of Finance issued guidance for out-of-state travel in the upcoming fiscal year. Travel outside of California will be limited to essential travel that is required to conduct state business, meaning requests should only be made for mission-critical needs. DCA distributed a memo to all boards and bureaus on June 16, 2025, detailing the criteria for mission-critical travel, but not limited to enforcement actions, revenue collection, statutory requirements, auditing, and litigation. Additionally, all requests must be provided to DCA's budget office 8 weeks in advance to allow for review by DCA, agency, and the governor's office. If there are any questions, please contact your assigned budget analyst at DCA. We would also like to remind board members and staff of our collective responsibility to always work to minimize the cost to the state through responsible travel planning and scheduling. To best serve the public, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we are being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. DCA is reminding members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know that there may be new travel costs to board members, or that board members are experiencing as well, such as baggage charges. So please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed. If you have any questions, please reach out to memberrelations@dca.ca.gov so we may assist you. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that report. Any question from the board members? Seeing none. Any from Sacramento? Seeing none. I beg your pardon. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the DCA update, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand, and instructions are on the screen. Are there any comments on the DCA report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we're now moving on to item number 3, report of the Vice President, Ms. Lada. Now, Vice President.
Thank you, President Tu. All right, we are on agenda item 3B. This item is to recommend the reappointment of Laura L. Ross, CPA, the appointment of Jennifer E. Benjamin, CPA, and the appointment of Alan M. Gittleson, CPA, to the Peer Review Oversight Committee. The Peer Review Oversight Committee assists the CBA in an advisory capacity in its oversight of the peer review program. I have conferred with the CBA Executive Officer to verify that all have met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve or continue to serve as a member on the Peer Review Oversight Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Laura L. Ross, CPA, appoint Jennifer E. Benjamin, CPA, and appoint Alan M. Gittleson, CPA, to the Peer Review Oversight Committee through July 31st, 2027. I will turn it back to President Tu and ask for a second.
Do I see a second? All right, Mr. Aguilar will second the motion. And do we have any public comment in Sacramento? Do we have any comments from WebEx? Could you open up WebEx, Ms. Moderator?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And our calling users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on 3B? I do not see any requests. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please. Now, Ms. Reed, can you take a roll?
Member Aguilera,
Yes.
Member Batchelor,
Yes.
Member Corrigan,
Yes.
Member Dong,
Yes.
Member Guzman, Member Hines, Member Lada,
Yes.
Member Rayful,
Yes.
Member Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Member Thompson,
Yes.
Member Tu,
Yes.
and Member Ward.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Latta. Next one.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I did skip over item 3A. We don't have any recommendations for the Enforcement Advisory Committee, just to be clear. So I will be moving on to agenda item 3C, which are the appointments and reappointments to the Qualifications Committee. This item is to recommend the reappointment of Christopher Smith, CPA, to the Qualifications Committee. The Qualifications Committee assists the CBA in its licensure activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensure and making recommendations to the CBA. This includes conducting work paper reviews with the applicant or the employer present to verify that the responses provided are reflective of the requisite experience for licensure. I conferred with the CBA Executive Officer to verify that Mr. Smith has met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and has demonstrated the skills and knowledge to continue to serve as a member on the Qualifications Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Christopher Smith, CPA, to the Qualifications Committee through July 31st, 2027. I will now turn it back to President Tu and ask for a second.
Thank you. Do I see a second, Mr. Rofo? And any further discussion with the board? See none. Sacramento, anybody from Sacramento? See none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the reappointment to QC, you may look for the hand icon and click that, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Any comments on the reappointment? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Reed, could you call the vote?
Member Ward,
Yes.
Member Two,
Yes.
Member Thompson,
Yes.
Member Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Member Rayful,
Yes.
Member Lotta,
Yes.
Member Hines,
Yes.
Member Guzman,
Yes.
Member Dong,
Yes.
Member Corrigan, Member Bachelor,
Yes.
Member Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, thank you, Ms. Latta, for all those appointments. We're very excited whenever we see that. Item number 4, report of the Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Aguilar, our Secretary Treasurer will do the report.
Thank you. Provided for your review is the Secretary Treasurer Report containing an update on the California Board of Accountancy's budget. The Governor signed the budget on June 27, 2025, and the CBA's budget authority for fiscal year 2025-26 was finalized at $19,725,000, representing a $60,000 decrease over the previous year's budget. This fiscal year's budget included a reduction in the CBA's operating expenses and elimination of 3 full-time vacant licensing positions and their funding. However, a subsequent budget change proposal was approved for 2 additional positions in the licensing division. The CBA's position authority is now 98.9 positions. We are closing out the end of the fiscal year 2024-2025, and the final expenditures and revenues will be presented at either the September or November CBA meeting. This concludes my presentation of the Secretary Treasurer Report. I'm happy to answer or have staff available to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Do we need to take a vote on this one? Comment. Any comments from the board members? Seeing none. Any comment from Sacramento? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, open up records for comment.
Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report of the Secretary Treasurer, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. All right, item number 5 is report of executive officer. 5A is the administration activity report by Ms. Abeda, manager, administrative unit.
Good morning, actually, Ms. Chair and members of the board. We're moving quite fast this morning. My name is Christy Abate, and I will be presenting the administration activity report. I do want to acknowledge that some of the information that I am going to go over was already discussed during the DCA report, so I apologize if it seems repetitive. But I'll go ahead and begin with the lease renewal, which I'm pleased to say has been finalized for this office space here at 2450 Venture Oaks Way. The new lease began July 1st and extends for 8 years through June 30th of 2033. As part of the new lease, July and August rent was reduced by half, which was equivalent to 1 month of free rent. Beginning September 1st, 2025, monthly rent is set at $45,594 with an average annual increase of 2.3%. This renegotiated lease will result in an overall cost savings of more than $550,000, excuse me. On June 29th, the Department of Consumer Affairs released a notice that the state and various labor unions had reached an agreement to suspend the 4-day return to office requirements of Executive Order in 2225 until July 1st of 2026. Resulting in staff who had already had telework agreements resume their previously approved telework days. Turning to travel, the report provides a brief summary of the several statewide policy changes that became effective October 1st, 2024. The state now follows the federal standard rates for reimbursement, including the lodging allowance. The federal rates may vary by location and season and are reassessed annually. These rates can be found on the United States General Services Administration website. Lastly, changes to Southwest airline fares names became effective July 1st, 2025. When selecting the flight, the new fare name to select is Wanna Get Away Plus. In addition, travelers will now be charged a fee for checked bags. However, baggage fees are still reimbursable with the receipt. Travelers are still allowed one carry-on and one personal item. Southwest has indicated additional changes are forthcoming, and we'll share that information once it becomes available. On to business modernization. Staff continue to enhance CBA Connect to improve license renewal and continuing education reporting, and staff have begun exploring software options for an enforcement case management system. This concludes my presentation on this agenda item, and I'll turn it back over to President Tu, but I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the report, by the way. My question for you is the system, when you go out, are you doing a vendor's search and have a RFP that goes out?
I'll turn that over to Deanna as far as the software.
For the business modernization, we currently have a contract with software and programmer staff. As we start to look at enforcement case management systems, we're doing some informal review first, trying to see what systems are out there, what software solutions are out there. And then when it gets a little bit farther in the process, then it would be more formal, a request for proposal, an RFI first, and then probably a request for proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the board? Seeing none. Any comment from the public in Sacramento? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the administration report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, and our calling users can press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any requests for comment? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, thank you, Ms. Abeda. Now we're moving on to 5B, enforcement activity. Malcolm Mitchell, he's going to be he's the manager and for enforcement division, will do our report.
Good morning. I am Malcolm Mitchell, and I am the enforcement manager for the intake and probation monitoring unit. The activity report before members today covers 11 months of fiscal year 24-25. As of May 31st, the CBA has received over 4,350 complaints. The graph on the bottom of page 1 provides a comparison of the total complaints received as of the same period for the prior 2 fiscal years. On page 2, we've included data on the top 3 complaint types. And as you see, complaints regarding unlicensed activity continues to be the most common complaint received. Moving on to investigations pending on page 3, CBA staff have closed nearly 5,700 cases, with 99% of those closed within 1 year. The average days to close investigations was 87 days. As of May 31st, enforcement had 403 cases in its pending investigations inventory, including 1 pending case over 24 months, which is still being actively investigated. Discipline-related information can be found on page 4 of the report. Looking first at AG referrals, the CBA referred 26 matters to the AG and filed 33 pleadings. The CBA had 28 matters pending at the AG's office. Lastly, the CBA has taken action on 24 final disciplinary orders. Moving on to citations on page 5, the CBA has issued 1,910 citations. 93% of the citations were due to failing to comply with the 20 and 12 continuing education requirement. The CBA received 248 citation and fine appeals, and we have withdrawn or modified 129 citations based on those appeals. In most cases, the licensee either provided new mitigating evidence or complied with the issue that resulted in the issuance of the citation. Page 6 contains information regarding unlicensed activity. The CBA has received just over 1,800 complaints regarding unlicensed activity. We closed over 2,400 investigations for the first 11 months of the year. And lastly, there was a typo in the citations issued section on this page, and the correct number is 26 citations issued. The final area of the report that I'd like to highlight is on page 7 and is related to probation monitoring. As of May 31st, we had 52 licensees on probation, with 4 new probationers since the last report. We identified 24 probation violations, with the majority being failure to submit written quarterly reports. This concludes my presentation on the enforcement activity report, and I'd like to turn the discussion over to President Tu, who would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you very much. And was that a hand? Ms. Guzman.
I do have a question, and it's mostly just, I think, definition. So what is the difference between an internal and an external complaint? Does external mean public, and what's internal? Yeah.
Internal complaints come from within other CBA units like licensing or continuing renewal, the renewals unit. External complaints come from consumers or other governmental organizations outside of the CBA.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Ruffle.
I have a question on page 4. I just want to understand this, the process here. So in the discipline section, so when the CBA revokes or disciplines a licensee, the enforcement is not within the CBA's jurisdiction, but it's within the Attorney General's jurisdiction. So the CBA issues the revocation or the suspension, but it can only be enforced by the AG. Am I not saying this correctly?
No, the board has the jurisdiction over the revocation of the suspension, and we enforce to the degree we can enforce a revocation. We do so. Any of the probationary terms are enforced by the CBA. The AG's office is just our counsel for our enforcement matters. They're the entity that represents the board, provides our legal services when we're dealing with enforcement matters.
Thank you.
So great question. Anybody else? Anyone from Sacramento? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any requests to comment? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Mr. Mitchell, for the report. Next on our item is 5C, Licensing Activity Report. Ms. Garcia, Deputy Chief, Licensing Division.
Thank you, President Tu. I'm Suzanne Gracia. I am the Deputy Chief of the Licensing Division. I don't know why I always fumble when I have to introduce myself. The Licensing Activity Report, or LAR, covers July 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025. The LAR begins with reporting of processing times, and I'm pleased to report that processing times remain below 30 days. The NASBA CPA exam performance summary for the first testing quarter of 2025 is attached. Out of the 55 total jurisdictions, California's ranking for the overall pass rate is 36. Page 3 lists the inquiries received in the licensing division. The licensing division received 27,687 telephone inquiries and 64,712 email inquiries between July 1st, 2024 and May 31st, 2025, bringing the total number of inquiries to over 92,000. On to pages 4 and 5. As of May 31st, 2025, the examination unit has approved a little over 4,500 first-time applicants to sit for the CPA exam. This includes first-time early entry exam applicants. The initial licensing unit has approved nearly 3,500 applications for new CPA and firm licenses. On pages 6 and 7 is data related to renewal statistics, renewal deficiencies, and continuing education audits. As of May 31st, 2025, over 41,000 renewal applications were processed. And Table 7 includes CE audit data As of May 31st, 2025, the renewal unit has performed 630 audits. Of the 630, 448 were found to be compliant and 65 were initially deficient but are now compliant. That concludes my presentation, and I will now turn it back over to President Tu, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the first question. In terms of California passing rate of 35, from the report, I didn't see what is the average rate for the national. Do you have that number?
So
compared
the
to them?
actual overall pass rate ranges to about 50% through all jurisdictions. So it could be like 45% through 52 or 53. So, you know, we're number 36, but it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, we're doing
Bad at
poorly. It's just, you know, depends on the number of candidates that sit for the jurisdictions.
Right. Thank you for that. Any other board member have? Yes, Ms. Hines.
Following up on that, any insight into the decline in overall passage rate? Because it says compared to 23% in the last quarter of 2024, but now it's 36%. That's a pretty significant jump. Is there any insight that y'all have into why that might be such a significant change?
Yeah, again, it just, you know, depends on the volume of candidates that take the test per section. So, you know, the top or the states with the higher volume candidates is New York, Texas, California.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other jurisdictions that have less than 1,000. So it just, there's really no reason why they jump significantly.
Similar with the discipline section pass rate, it was 20, ranking of 20 in late 2024, and now it's down to 35. Is that also affected by just the numbers of people who are taking it, or?
I would say so, but we can, I mean, we don't really have too much information as to why that happens, but if we get information on that, we can definitely share that with you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Latta.
Oh, I just wanted to add to that, Ms. Hines. Just a reminder, I believe our new exam has been out for 1 year, or it was released Q1 2024. So that could be a factor. The candidate pool is still adjusting to the new exam, could be probably the major factor in the lower pass scores.
It's a very good possibility. Any other question? All right, see none. Anybody from Sacramento? See none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for a comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the licensing activity report, you can look for the hand icon and click that. And our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the licensing report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you for that. All right, thank you. And then 5D is our outreach activity report. David Hemhill. Mr. David Hemhill you're just on back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
You'll have me again. Well, good morning, President Tu and members of the CBA. So I am David Hempill. I'm back now for the outreach activity report. Now, you did hear some of this activity during the CPC meeting earlier this morning, but I'll try to provide some different details during this report and everything else we have going on. So the CBA is gearing up for an extremely eventful fall season of outreach, beginning with the CBA meeting in September. Now, while previous communications stated that the September CBA meeting would be held at California State University Northridge, final contractual agreements could not be reached with the university. So as a result, staff is currently exploring alternate Southern California college campuses to host the September meeting. And I promise you, I will give you additional details once a new location is confirmed. This fall, the CBA is launching a major outreach campaign aimed at connecting with as many colleges and university students across California as possible to engage with them directly and make sure they are aware of AB 1175 and the pending licensure requirement changes that may affect their CPA journey. We decided to tie all of these events together and brand them as the 2025-26 CBA Campus Tour. Staff even created a rock band inspired logo to keep the theme going. Since a tour bus was sadly out of our budget, Most of the events will be virtual, but there will be a few in-person events sprinkled in. The fall leg of the tour will kick off in September and run through early December, with events generally happening at noon on Fridays. Once those dates have been booked, we'll add a spring leg with more dates, and our goal is that students will become aware of the campus tour brand and will anticipate the CBA coming to their school, whether in person or virtually. Currently, the first stop of the CBA campus tour will be a virtual event with California State University Fullerton at the beginning of September, followed by another virtual event with San Diego State University later in the month. Of course, we will consider the outreach events surrounding the September CBA meeting a campus tour stop as well. And then the tour will continue in October and November with booked dates already for in-person events at California State Polytechnic University, Pomona, and the University of Southern California, plus virtual events at California State Polytechnic University, San Luis Obispo, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. I told you it was going to be a busy fall, so be prepared for my emails asking for your participation in these. More updates as we get ready to bring the CBA's greatest hits to the students all across California. Other outreach activities surrounding AB 1175 include our monthly CBA Live. We've held 2 months of these live Q&A sessions since our last meeting. The latest was held on July 11th. CBA Live is a platform for aspiring CPAs or licensees to ask about the upcoming licensure changes or anything else on their mind directly to CBA staff. Staff continues to produce short videos, each focusing on a different aspect of the bill, and we just released a new one earlier this week. Unlike the first 2 videos, which were more informational in nature, this week's video features a real-life scenario with a student just hearing about the pending changes who might be feeling a little nervous, interacting with a comforting CBA staff member. So I would like to show you that video right now, starring our very own, sitting right back here, Mick and Kayla. So here we go.
Hi there.
Hi.
Welcome to the California Board of Accountants.
Hi, okay, so I'm graduating in the spring, and I hear about AB 1175 and changes to education requirements, and now I need more experience?
Whoa, deep breath. You're not alone in wondering about all of this, but let's take it one step at a time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just don't want to do anything wrong.
That is totally understandable, and I have good news. These changes will help make the road to becoming a CPA more straightforward to navigate, and you actually have more flexibility and more options. If Assembly Bill 1175 is signed into law, it would update California's CPA licensure requirements, starting January 1st, 2027, to be a bachelor's degree with an accounting concentration of courses, passing the CPA exam, and 2 years of general accounting experience, and no more 150 total unit requirement.
Okay, so that means nothing is changing until 2027.
That's right. But if and when it becomes law, you will still be able to apply under the current requirements all the way until the end of 2028, giving you plenty of time to choose your path, even after the new requirements kick in 2027.
Oh, that's really cool to hear. I'm pretty sure that I need a few more units to get to the 150, so I was already starting to think about how I can get those. But if that's not going to be a requirement starting in 2027, I'm not going to worry about that anymore.
There is also flexibility with meeting the 2-year experience requirement, with a couple of ways you can reduce those 2 years. This is all explained clearly on our website, www.cba.ca.gov, which has a page dedicated to Assembly Bill 1175. Or just scan this QR code to go straight there. We've got a full breakdown of what's changing and what to expect in the future, with a handy timeline that you can look at. Remember, the CBA is always here to help, and you can get in touch with us via email if you have any more questions.
I feel so much better now. It's nice to hear that these changes will definitely help me reach my goal of becoming a CPA. Thank you.
All right. Great job. And of course, Jacob is our video multimedia guy. Wave, Jacob. You were not here earlier when I shouted out my staff, so they do a great job for us. So, all right, so that one just got posted this week, and I love it. Update issue 105 was published on July 2nd. In addition to a 2-page spread about AB 1175, this edition included many informative articles such as how to spot elder financial abuse and avoiding CE violations by understanding the 2012 CE rule. It also featured an interview with Mark Astrinos, a CPA that specializes in personal financial planning. Staff is already prepping update 106 as we strive to put out 4 issues in 2025, which was mentioned in the 2025 outreach plan as something we're exploring to see if that is feasible. So far, so good. Staff revised the consumer assistant booklet this spring, like I mentioned at a prior meeting, and are now getting the revised version translated into 4 different languages: Spanish, Simplified Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean. And I want to give a thank you to our language experts who carefully reviewed and proofread the translated versions for accuracy. So that was President Tu, who helped us out with the Vietnamese translation. Member Tony Lin, not here today, but he helped out for the Simplified Chinese. My friend and colleague who works in Korea, Jun Kim, agreed and helped us out with the Korean translation. And so that is great. We're excited to post these translations. And then Ms. Guzman actually agreed to do our Spanish this morning. So I appreciate that. Ms. Guzman, so once those are all done, we will get those translations posted to the CBA website. We'll also be able to bring along printed copies to these events or when we attend consumer outreach events in the future to get this helpful information into the hands of Californians in their preferred language. So that's exciting. Lastly, a quick peek at social media growth. All CBA social platforms have seen positive growth over the months of April, May, and June, gaining almost 1,000 followers across all platforms. At this rate, the CBA should surpass 20,000 total followers at some point next month. Instagram is starting to show some traction, a 70% increase in visits in April and May compared to previous months. LinkedIn saw a 12% increase in unique visitors during that same time period. Although for LinkedIn, that's a big number because we're approaching now 9,000 total followers on that platform. CBA social media remains a valuable tool for fostering meaningful engagement by providing timely updates and sharing useful information. So that concludes my presentation on the outreach activity report. I'll turn it back to President Tu, but I'm happy to answer any questions member may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hemphill. Any comment? Ms. Ward first.
I want to say thank you first. The outreach is amazing, but I ask every time, I'm just curious, are you going to community colleges? I think community colleges is really important, not because I work there, because that's the foundation for some students who can't afford to go to a state or university.
Yeah,
and so
I was not specific, but that is going to be part of the campus tour. We hit kind of for this first leg, we've hit a lot of the major, the universities that produce the most exam candidates, but definitely they are on the list. And I have an event pending in November that we're kind of trying to work out. I don't want to share it yet because it's not final, but they will definitely be involved.
Ms. Dong?
Yes, a similar comment actually about whether or not you have community colleges on your list for this fall, including potentially, since the CSUN campus meeting is not happening, potentially meeting at a community college would be helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask you is in terms of just social media engagement, because it's such an important part of how we market ourselves these days, how do we think about Google reviews and Facebook reviews? Certainly, there are people who've engaged with our services who may not, who may have walked away feeling a certain way, and they are expressing their opinions online, for better or for worse. Have we thought about how we interact with them, especially since, the younger generations who are getting into the CPA profession are probably looking at those reviews as well?
That's not something we've done to this point. We are starting to put a bigger focus on the Google Analytics. So that's why you've started to see some numbers coming your way. So staff is definitely doing that. But I think as far as the reviews and maybe going out of our way to try to nudge them positively in our direction, or just even being aware, from the searches I've done so far, I really have not seen much, if anything, as far as people leaving us reviews on those sites. But absolutely, as part of now trying to get more of the analytical and numbers, I think that's a great idea, and I'll incorporate that.
Yes, I was just looking at the So there are just a handful of reviews, to your point, on Google,
Mhm.
but the number of stars we have is 2.5 out
Is
of
low,
5.
yeah.
So it's very
People
low.
generally like to complain more than give positivity.
Right, right. And well, so you sort of get the people who have a fantastic experience who are reviewing and the people who have a terrible experience and they're reviewing, right? You never really get the middle view. That being said, what we could do is, and you know, I have a business and there are customers where I feel like it's not fair how they're reviewing me online, but at the same time, you do have to address it. So one thing you could do is just respond to the reviews and say your matter has been, you know, we'll look into this further. We appreciate your comments and please reach out to us if you want to address this privately. That's just a very easy way of saying that you're being heard, as opposed to sort of having a, you know, no voice and no interaction with the consumer, the customer, after they've had a, you know, a bad experience. Yeah.
No, that's a great point. I'll make sure we're on top of that. I've looked at Reddit too. There's some interesting, some very interesting things that we don't need to go into there, but
right.
Yeah. And David, that with regard to the in-language information that you did, the firm you used for the translation did a great job, by the way. It's,
excellent.
Yeah.
That's a vendor provided by DCA that we work with. So
because sometimes that can have a range, right?
yeah, no, out of all 3, we just found a couple of just minor typos in the Korean version, and that's all we found so far. So both the Vietnamese and Chinese came back with that it was great.
It was great. There's no correction or anything like that. But one thing that was mentioned to me, and being on the advocacy side of things, it was the language is very technical, but it is a technical license. So a little concern that might be difficult for somebody who's, well, actually, it's a very technical license, so let's leave it at that. And then the other thing I was wondering regarding all the video and the internal talent is amazing. I mean, I would be a little concerned about Hollywood tapping our staff here.
They can't have them.
Exactly. That's what I agree with. Have we ever, or do you have a video that help actual consumer that is, because we tend to be very much geared toward potential CPA and students and so forth. Have you have a video that helps consumer like myself how to go about checking who is licensed CPA and so forth, just walking through the process, or what to look out for, any scams that you know about out there and so forth. I just
think that's a great suggestion. Yeah, we have a brainstorm kind of list, but yeah, as of right now, most of our videos are definitely focused on obviously AB 1175 is such a huge focus for us right now, but I like that, and I think Deanne has something to add on to it.
We did do, thank you, President Tu. We did do a video series about a year ago, and one of those focuses was on consumers, focused on consumers. We had the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs participate in the video. We included information about license lookup in there as well, so that we do have that video. There may actually be 2, but that's the one that comes to mind because we involved a lot of the members as well.
Fantastic. Sometimes it's not, it get buried and then we just need to refresh it.
Absolutely. But I like that idea. Since we did revise the Consumer Assistance Handbook, I think there could be a video counterpart to that. That's a good idea.
Absolutely.
We'll get around to that soon.
Any other board member? Yes, Ms. Lara.
Thank you, President Tu. I was curious, Mr. Hemphill, if I know with our new requirements that are under legislation currently, there's been a negative perception that we're watering down or dumbing down the requirements to become a CPA. Have we made any videos or have we addressed that publicly on the website at all, that these new requirements are still producing quality, competent CPAs, and assurance to the public that they're still protected just the standard is still the same as it was before. Have we addressed that at all?
Not in one of the videos to this point. There's a line on our webpage kind of to that extent, and obviously in a lot of the papers before the board. But that could be, I mean, that is something that we're trying to kind of subtly, say without saying, because yeah, there's a small faction, I think, of people that do feel that way. So yeah, that's a lens that we try to put things through, and I'll certainly keep that in mind and as we do future videos.
Because that 1 year work experience really can make a huge impact on somebody's career.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else from Sacramento? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your screen, or you may, our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Are there any comments on the outreach report? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Hemhill.
Thank you all.
All right, we're moving on to item 6, and especially item 6A, Enforcement Advisory Committee. Ms. Johnson is online with us. She's CPA and she's the chair of the Enforcement Advisory Committee, and she will report out.
Thank you, President Chu. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Johnson, and as stated, I am the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair. I will be presenting CBA item 6A1, report of the July 10th, 2025 Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. The EAC held its meeting in person on July 10th, 2025 at the CBA office in Sacramento. I would like to thank the CBA member, Ms. Nancy Corrigan, for providing an update on the CBA activities at this meeting. Also, members focused on reviewing open investigative files with CBA staff and provided valuable insight and feedback to assist staff in the next steps in the investigative process. The EAC held 3 investigative hearings, and our next EAC meeting will be held on October 9th, 2025. That concludes my report, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And anybody on the board? Seeing none. Sacramento, anybody? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, could you please open up WebEx?
Certainly. If anyone has any comments about the EAC report, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the EAC report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. All right, we move item 6B, no report. They did not meet, so we're moving on. I know on the agenda we have lunch break, but we're going to move on until closer to lunchtime. Item number 7 is a approval of the minutes. First, I can get a motion to adopt the minute of May 15, 2025 California Board of Accountancy meeting, especially agenda item 7A, which include non-substantive edits that were noted after the material were received. Hold on one second. Now I'm going to take a motion to accept the committee meeting specific. Also, we're going to accept the by yourself. Okay, we are going to need a motion. Ms. Dong, do you like to make a motion to accept, approve the minutes? Yes. And Ms. Hines?
Second the motion.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reed, could you call the, comment? Anybody from the Sacramento area? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx, please?
Certainly, if anyone has any comment on the motion concerning the May 15th minutes, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen, and call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Any comments on the May 15th minutes? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Now, Ms. Lee, can you call the roll?
Member Aguilera? Member Batchelor?
Yes.
Member Corrigan?
Yes.
Member Dong?
Yes.
Member Guzman?
Abstain.
Member Hines?
Yes.
Member Lotta? Member Rayful?
Yes.
Member Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Member Thompson?
Yes.
Member Two? And Member Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Now, I would like to get a motion to accept the committee meeting, specifically agenda items 7B through 7E, which include non-substantive edits that are noted after material were received. Do I see a motion, Mr. Ruffle? And Ms. Rosenbaum will second the motion to accept. Anybody from Sacramento would like to make a comment? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx, please?
Certainly, if anyone has a comment on any of the committee meeting minutes for May, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Any comments on the committee minutes? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Ms. Reed, could you take a roll?
Member Ward?
Yes.
Member Two?
Yes.
Member Thompson? Member Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Member Rayful?
Yes.
Member Lotta?
Yes.
Member Hines?
Yes.
Member Guzman?
Abstain.
Member Dong?
Yes.
Member Corrigan?
Yes.
Member Batchelor?
Yes.
Member Aguilera?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, we're moving on to item 8, other business. 8A is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. And Ms. Corrigan, you have a report on State Board Committee. No?
Yes, thank you, President Chu. So there was nothing on American Institute, so we did not meet. So I don't have a report on 8A1, but if you'd like me to move to 8B, I do have a report. That's the NASBA, National Association of State Boards of Accountancy. The awards committee, we did meet virtually on Monday, so this is a very hot off the press report that I have for you. So we, as a committee, accepted nominations for the 3 awards that NASBA gives every year, and very qualified nominees, very difficult decision from our committee. But we reviewed those applications, all their information, their bios and everything, and are at the year end or the annual report, a recommendation will be made to the NASBA board for the 3 very qualified candidates for the 3 award categories to be approved, and then later presentations to be made. And that concludes the work of that committee for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. I'm sorry, I actually have a note to say you did not have a report on the other one. But, you know, I'm at the age where I had to take my glasses off to read properly and all that stuff. And I'm just too vain to look into bifocal at this point. But I really need to look into that. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is NASBA Continual Professional Education Committee. Ms. Batchelor has a report.
Thank you, President Tu. I'm Patricia Batchelor, part of the NASBA CPE Committee. And our committee met on June 23rd this year. And basically the meeting was to review changes made by the CPE Standards Working Group since the last meeting that I attended with them. And basically what it is the Statements on Standards for Continuing Professional Education Programs is published jointly by the AICPA and NASBA. And what it does is provide a framework for the development, presentation, measurement, and reporting for the CPE programs. These standards are reviewed every 2 years, and the last time they were revised and put in place was January of 2024. I myself wanted to get a better understanding exactly of how the system flowed with approval of these standards. And so I'm going to just walk you briefly through what every step it goes through. Okay, so there's a working group, the CPE Standard Working Group, and they will determine whether or not these standards need to be reviewed. And that's a member of 13 individuals. And then from the working group, it comes to my committee, which is the CPE committee. And so we take a look at what their recommendations are, and then we'll send it back to them if there's any kind of changes that we should recommend. After that, if everything is fine, it goes to NASBA and AICPA committee. And then that committee will then take a look at everything that happened before then, and they'll make their recommendations, and then it goes back, and whatever needs to be fixed is fixed. After that step, it goes to a joint committee, which is the AICPA and NASBA Board of Directors for final approval. So that's basically how the flow works. And so that was something that I actually wanted to get a good grasp of. So that's a lot of different people that, what do they call it? A lot of cooks in the stew, but it gets done, and it's very necessary. So these providers, they, with our continuing education, our CPE, which is very, very important, it's 80 hours of CPE, as most of you should know, and every 2 years for the state of California. I actually had an agenda to be on the committee in order to try to see if we can knock down some of those 80 hours, but that's another story. But anyway, that's the end of my report, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Anybody have any questions? Do I need? No. Okay, now I'll continue with this reports, and 1C is Enforcement Resources Committee. Mr. Aguilar did not have any report, and moving on to Legislative Support Committee.
Actually, I'm sorry. I did say I didn't have a report, but then I realized yesterday, after the Enforcement Resources Committee put on a webinar, that I do have a report. So there was a webinar yesterday presented by an attorney who represents individuals that go before boards and bureaus, has never represented an accountant in front of this board, but gave a very nice perspective from the practitioner's point of view. I thought it was very helpful. And one of the takeaways from him anyway is that it's not about guilt or innocence as much as working with the board or bureau to find the appropriate resolution in the process. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Moving on to the Legislative Support Committee. Unfortunately, I did not make the last meeting due to some personal stuff, and so I actually do not have a report. I will report out next time we meet, when I have a chance to read the minutes. Moving on to item E, report of the 2025 Western Regional Meeting. Ms. Latta and also Francine, I cannot say your name all of a sudden. My daughter's used to the fact that I mess up people's name all the time. My husband's Italian, so I should be able to pronounce your last name, but I always mess it up. All right, we're digressing again by me, but Ms. Latta.
Thank you, President Tu. Okay, so in your meeting materials at item 8BE, you'll see the NASBA Western Regional Meeting agenda there. And I'll just highlight a few key points that I thought were interesting and that I want to bring back to the board. So some of the key topics, I'll start first. One was the alternative practice structures and the private equity discussion here. The leaders on the Western region, I would say the general consensus about that topic was a concern over owners or shareholders having a conflict of interest and possible attempts to evade CBA or other state CPA regulations by way of operating under these alternative practice structures. And Mr. Franzella is more informed on this topic, so I'm sure he'll add some notes just to my general comment there. But that was a very big discussion amongst the leaders in the Western region. Secondly, there was a presentation on AI and how that's evolving in our industry and already being integrated into the accounting firms. A key takeaway I got from that is that we need to think about client data confidentiality concerns and how it can be compromised by an employee's use of AI through uploading client documents to AI platforms if it's not regulated or there aren't specific policies that the employer is putting out in the firm so that their employees can follow those. So it was emphasis on the importance for employers to get ahead of that and define their acceptable use policies for AI in their firms. Next, I thought was very interesting is that NASBA is employing a CPA mobile app, and that's currently under development for exam candidates to track their exam registration, do their exam payments. They can also receive their notice to schedule on there and schedule their exams, and then also check their exam scores on this app, which will be very efficient in comparison to getting mailed NTSs, or I would assume maybe they email them now, I'm not sure, but that will be a great development and modernization for our CPA exam candidates. So that was really exciting to hear. And they kind of did a walkthrough and had like a visual mock-up of what that's going to look like, and it looked really promising. So that was exciting. Next, we did have regional breakouts at the meeting for California's in the Pacific region. So there are various topics that we talked about, but two I thought were the most popular were the potential state deregulation bills that have come up most recently in Florida and Michigan. And NASBA wanted some feedback from the board members to understand how they could better support us if those types of bills arise in our state. The general consensus was that the states would like NASBA to be more proactive and collaborative with the states and offering more support in fighting these types of bills as they arise. And some of the suggestions from that were communications packs that they can distribute to the states, ways they can mobilize firms, clients, businesses, stakeholders in their states to combat these types of bills that come out. And another big point was that, you know, the political climate in each state is different. So I think generally people agreed that there should not be a broad national response to these types of things, but according to the political climate in each state, and kind of address it internally, give resources for states to address it internally versus this broad national response, which I think was the general consensus on that particular topic. Some states also asked for comparisons and updates on what's happening in other states in regards to these deregulation bills. The EDs are well informed on these topics, but the board members felt that they would like more context and to be better informed about what's going on with the other states. So in regards to this particular topic, I think those were the key takeaways and the highlights from that group discussion for the Pacific region. And also I attended the President's Breakfast where we discussed that same topic and similar themes came up when we discussed that. Next, big topic, which we kind of covered today already, was the low exam pass rates for this new CPA exam and getting feedback on what the board members thought could be the cause to those low exam pass rates. Overall, I think the consensus was that we need more time and data to properly assess the cause of these low pass rates. It's only been 1 year, a little over 1 year since the new exam's been out. So I think people generally thought we shouldn't panic just yet, and perhaps we should have anticipated lower scores and for them not to bounce back up to the previous pass rate so quickly. But some of the general thoughts were impacts of the pandemic virtual learning on exam candidates, impacts on AI, on critical thinking skills. There were questions about the breadth of the exam and what the testing goals of the exam actually are. And there was some interest in reassessing those goals. Some were wondering, are we testing for entry-level competence, or are we testing competence of someone with 1 to 2 years of experience? So there was a very robust discussion about that particular topic. Also, during that discussion, some NASBA board members emphasized the importance of us giving feedback on the next exam blueprint that comes out, because that is where our input informs what the testing goals and the breadth of the exam are. So they really emphasize like that's our opportunity to give that feedback, so that we make sure that the exam is reaching the goals that collectively we think should be achieved. And next, another thought was that now some states are allowing early exam takers that are sitting prior to their education and their experience requirements being complete. So that could be a reason why the lower pass rates are coming into play, because these newer exam takers, some of them have less education and less experience, so they might not be as prepared to take the exam. And then just a general agreement that there's a gap between education and CPA exam proficiency. The educators in the room also agreed that the breadth of the exam is so extensive that they just don't have the time to cover everything to fully prepare a student for the exam just in their accounting curriculum in the colleges, which I believe is generally well known. Most have to take a CPA exam review course to be prepared. So that everyone is aware of that, and there was just a discussion as to how we could better bridge that gap. And then finally, I think, which was one of my favorite parts of the conference, was the accounting student panel. There was quite a lot of questions that the students were asked, probably about 15 or so questions, but I'll just highlight some that I thought were interesting and useful. So the first question was, what deterred you from liking accounting after taking your first accounting class? The majority of them said that they assume accounting requires a high level of math, like calculus or trigonometry, which is, as the CPAs at this table all know, is not at all true. So they just had this misconception that you have to be extremely good at math to be an accountant. And they said if they had a bad intro to accounting professor, they completely got turned off from accounting and didn't want to continue. So that's a little bit difficult to address because, you know, we're more regulatory body, but that was an interesting takeaway. Another question was, what is it that we need to do to better explain what accounting is and what it's like working in accounting, when that explanation should happen? And most of them said that they didn't really know that accounting was a good basis to support a career as an entrepreneur, and especially with the Gen Z generation is more attracted to that. I think we should highlight that more. And then they said, all you hear is accounting is boring, finance is more sexy, like Wolf of Wall Street. So it seems to be like more of an appealing career path versus accounting, just because of the general brand of our industry, which we are all working very hard to change. So I think we're on the right track with that. Another good takeaway is, what was your educational experience like? A lot of them realized that accounting is very team-oriented and collaborative, and they felt that they did not get that experience, or they weren't informed about that, like transitioning from academia to the real world, and they wish they had more like team projects or collaborative experiences, and understanding that it's more of a impersonal career than you think it is. So that was very interesting. I only have a few more. So they asked, is your university promoting a CPA designation? I was surprised to hear that most of them, they weren't aware of it or informed about it until one student said until they pursued their master's. One said their undergrad didn't push it. They said individual teachers pushed it if they felt an accounting student was serious about accounting. So I thought that was interesting that the universities or the accounting or business schools weren't promoting the value of and the benefit of a CPA license as much as I would assume. So I noted that as an opportunity during our outreach to encourage faculty and university counselors to promote the benefits and value of a CPA license to all business students, because often people change majors. I changed from finance to accounting. Some people don't know what they want to do. So I think just making that available and aware to all business students would be really valuable. And there was a question about signing bonuses and salary, and mostly the students' focus was enjoying their career and enjoying the culture and the people of where they worked. They were prioritizing that over salary. And then finally, they asked about horror stories. What horror stories have you heard about accounting? And it was all the typical things: long hours, tax season, overwhelming workload while you're trying to study for the exam, all the things that we're aware of. But mostly they wanted to feel appreciated for their work over more than anything. They wanted like gifts of appreciation, thank yous, bonuses, celebrations, just like feeling like their hard work was valued and acknowledged. So it was a very great panel. There was 4 students. All of them were very articulate, very candid. All of them were pursuing a CPA license. Some of them, one was more entrepreneurial. They all planned to be Big 4, but they all had very different goals. Some of them wanted to be partners and stay in public accounting. Some wanted to transition out. Some wanted to explore maybe doing their own business venture. So it was a very good selection of students, and I really enjoyed it. So overall, we had a great time, Mr. Franzella and I and everyone, and we got to see our former board member, Katrina Salazar, who is now on the NASBA board, which was really nice to catch up with her. And we were in New Orleans, which was great. So we got to have a lot of Cajun food, and I think people were more social than I expected, since we were right near Bourbon Street. So we all ventured out and got to get to know the NASBA board members and staff more, as well as the other Western region boards. So I really enjoyed it. I'm glad California allowed me to attend, and I'll let Mr. Franzella fill in anything that I missed in my lengthy recap. So thank you.
I think Ms. Lauda did an amazing job of recapping the discussion on the APS. I'll just provide a little bit more information. I wouldn't focus as much on APS now. It is APS, but it's really focused on private. I think it's more commonly referred to now in NASBA as the Private Equity Task Force, because it's that part of APS that is starting to cause some of the concerns. I think we mentioned in the EO report that went out this month that we anticipate bringing in a paper in September, or some additional information in September, to get the board in a good space, starting to ask questions and start to get feedback from members themselves, so I can start sharing that with the Private Equity Task Force along the way. The exam was a pretty lengthy discussion during the Pacific region, and a lot of it really dealt with what the exam should be testing, and where our input could be valuable in that process, because it does test at a 1 or 2 year experience requirement, yet we license at a minimum competency requirement. So what you do to entering the profession versus what your knowledge base should be a year or 2 in. So there was a lot of discussion on that. And the AI, I know that's something Ms. Hines has brought up and the members are interested in. And so we're working with Cal CPA for either September or November to get a speaker for the board to help kind of fill that space or get some information on that as well. And then to Ms. Batchelor's comment on CPE and the amount of hours, that did also come up because it has been a point of discussion on a national level, not amongst the boards of accountancy per se, but as part of the deregulation movement. A lot of the discussion is cutting the CPE in half, or they pick random numbers. And so the question has now become, should the boards be more proactive in this dialogue and either explain why 80 is what it is and have a history behind it, or be more proactive in looking at, is 80 still the right number in light of where we're at today? So I don't think that's necessarily the next step in the CPE piece, because they're trying to get through their own edits at this point and updates to the standards, but I do know that'll likely be a discussion that'll probably even start early or at the end of this year with the annual meeting, really trying to be more proactive and be responsive to changes that might need to occur rather than wait for them to be thrust upon us. So I think that's it, President Tu.
All right, thank you. You know, I have to say that every time I talk to CPA, when I let them know I'm on this board, they always said, you know, what you will help us a lot is reducing those those hours. So just anecdotally speaking, so we do need to justify, explain why the 80 hours is there. All right. Moving on to actually, question, Miss Bachelor.
So I have a question about the exam. If it's still 4 parts, is that correct? And what are the 4 parts?
So there's 3 core parts of the exam, and I'm pretty positive I'll get it right, but it's odd. So the auditing, the FAR, which is the financial reporting, and then reg, which is the tax portion of it. And then there's a candidate has to choose one of 3 disciplines. And I'll be honest, I do not recall. It's TCP. Gosh, I don't know if Michelle is still here or somebody's here to fill in that gap, but they kind of relate to they go deep diving into the specifics of certain, like the auditing one, or the data analytics version, or a tax portion. So a candidate can select one of those for their 4th part.
Oh, okay. Well, because back in my day, it was law. And that's moved, or is that out?
They used to, the part that got removed was BEC, which was, business and environmental concepts, I believe was what it stood for.
Oh, that must have been after my day. Okay.
So, yeah. And one other piece on the exam, and it may have come up during Ms. Lada's breakfast as well, is one of the things they're trying to do is create strategies that would help people be more successful, because one of the pieces that often review courses tell individuals to take is the FAR section, because it's conceivably the hardest section, and get that out of the way so that you have more time to do these other portions. But it also could be seen as a discouraging factor because people fail FAR. And so whether or not that is a good strategy, or whether or not that's what the review courses should be advocating, or potentially looking at why FAR is such a hard pass, all of those are being considered. But I mean, some of it is just strategies on encouraging people who are taking the exams. You want them to pass, or you want them to feel like they're close to passing. If they're failing sections right at the onset, a lot of them just walk away and don't come back.
Comment. In terms of FAR, review courses used to be able to use past exams in order to help students to study and teach, and then it was taken away. Is it back now where they can use past exams? And I'm speaking in terms of the review courses.
As far as I know, the AICPA still sells or licenses out prior exams or exam questions that are no longer in rotation, so that the course providers can use, or the prep review providers can use those to help students.
All right, thank you. Anybody from, do I need to public for this item in particular? Yeah. One more comment from Ms. Lada.
Thank you. Mr. Franzella jogged my memory. I found it interesting that there's like prescribed strategies given by review courses, because in my opinion, whether you want to take the hardest exam first or the easy exam first, for you, I think is a personal, I think you have to know yourself and like what how you best study or what motivates you. For me, I did do FAR first because I wanted to do the hardest one first. But, you know, some people, they want that momentum of like getting one. So I don't personally support, you know, prescribing a general strategy that works because everyone's different. People study differently. People are motivated differently. So strategies are great, but I would like them to suggest multiple courses of action to approach the exam.
All right, thank you. No other comment from board member. We are going to take any public comment from all of item 8. Anybody from Sacramento? Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for all of item 8 for public comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on any of item 8, you may look for the hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen and click that to raise
Actually,
your
item,
hand.
yeah, item 8, sorry.
Yes, and call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on this item? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator, for that. We're done with the item 8. And hi, I get to make an executive decision. Our closed session is pretty short. Should we go for a lunch break and then come back for the item 9 and finish up our our board meeting and then go into closed session? Let's take a lunch break and come back for that. And what time should we ask people back? How about 1:15? Everybody come back by 1:15. Thank you all. We'll continue at 1:15.
I wanted to wait out.
Hmm?
Yeah. Feedback was, I was like, hey, I think that's.
You don't need to tell me before, but just once you apply, just send me an email and give me a heads up. Yeah. You may not get appointed, that's correct.
As a reminder to staff in the room, if you could mute the microphone, thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, just definitely like, if you do get appointed, let me know because I
All right. It's that time again. I want to see if I can get everybody to sit down on their seats and get ready to get back to our meeting. All right. Thank you again. We had a nice lunch break. Now we're going back on the agenda, which is agenda number 9. 9A is the Committee on Professional Conduct. Mr. Aguilar will be reporting out.
Thank you, President Du. Morning, the CPC took up items to inform future regulatory changes in a couple of areas. First, to modernize continuing education requirements, and second, to help guide the regulations to implement Assembly Bill 1175 if it becomes law. The first item discussed was policy direction regarding activities to earn continuing education, or CE, credit hours. The CE work group, comprised of member bachelor and myself, agreed with 2 staff recommendations for new ways for licensees to earn CE credit hours. The additional activities to earn CE include 1, participating in standard setting workshops for the uniform CPA exam, and 2, participating as a pre-tester for the purpose of calculating completion time for any formal program of learning. The CPC was in agreement with the recommendations, and therefore, the CPC recommends that the CBA approve the 2 new activities to earn CE credit hours for inclusion in a future rulemaking package. This is a fully formed motion, and a second is not needed. I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Tu.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. With that, any comments from the board members? Seeing none. Anyone from the Sacramento area? Seeing none. Our moderator has informed us that there is no public member on the WebEx, so we're going to skip that from now on unless she tells us there are public on the WebEx again. So, Ms. Reed, could you call the roll?
Member Aguilera?
Yes.
Member Bachelor?
Yes.
Member Corrigan?
Yes.
Member Dong?
Yes.
Member Guzman?
Yes.
Member Hines?
Yes.
Member Lotta?
Yes.
Member Rayful?
Yes.
Member Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Member Thompson?
Yes.
Member Tu?
Yes.
And Member Ward?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, we're moving on to item 9B. Which
Actually, I have a second item. The second item discussed and considered, and then after this, I'll have another report. So bear with me. The second item discussed and considered by the CPC was related to a revised definition for the ethics subject area and specifying advanced degrees that could substitute for a portion of the general accounting experience requirement as proposed by Assembly Bill 1175. Staff proposed 2 policy recommendations. The first is to revise the definition of the ethics study area to include audit and fraud courses. The second policy recommendation is to add the following advanced degree subjects as substitution for 1 year of general accounting experience requirement for applicants who hold a bachelor's degree in accounting. So for applicants who hold a bachelor's degree in accounting, they can forego 1 year of experience in return for advanced degrees in computer science or information systems, marketing, mathematics, or statistics. The CPC was in agreement with the recommendations. The CPC recommends that the CBA approve the 2 proposed policies for the revisions of the ethics study area definition to include audit and fraud, and the acceptance of the additional advanced degrees to substitute for 1 year of general accounting experience. These policy decisions will help inform a future rulemaking package. This is a fully formed motion, and a second is not needed. I'll turn it back over to you, President Tu.
Thank you. And any discussion from the board members? Seeing none. Anybody from the Sacramento location? And now that we have a public member on WebEx again, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the report, we can look for the hand icon, or our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on the report just given? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment period?
Yes, please. Thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Aguilar again. Oh, actually, Miss Reed, you need to make a roll call.
Member Ward,
Yes.
member 2,
Yes.
member Thompson,
Yes.
member Rosenbaum,
Yes.
member Rayful,
Yes.
member Lada,
Yes.
member Hines, member Guzman,
Yes.
member Dawn,
Yes.
member Corrigan,
Yes.
member Batchelor,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilera,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, Miss Reed. Now we're back to Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, the third and final agenda item focused on the outreach efforts for Assembly Bill 1175, and we were fortunate enough to have Mr. Hempel present to us. The presentation provided an overview of the CBA's activities thus far to communicate information regarding the examination and licensure requirement changes as proposed in Assembly Bill 1175. Communication efforts include videos, monthly live Q&A sessions, podcasts, in-person and virtual events, social media posting, and update articles. And the committee appropriately praised Mr. Hempel's and his team's efforts. There was no action required on this item, and the CPC commended staff on their outreach efforts. That concludes my report, and I'll return it back to President Tu.
Thank you for that. Any comment from board members? Seeing none. Sacramento, anybody? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for a comment?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the third item of the report, you may look for the hand icon and click that, or our call-in users can press *3 to raise your hand. Are there any comments on the completion of the report? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Now we will move to 9B. Ms. Thompson, would you like to report out?
Thank you. The LC began this morning with an overview of Assembly Bill 1175. Staff presented an update on Assembly Bill 1175, the CBA legislation to update licensing requirements and to modernize mobility. The bill has passed out of the Senate Business, Professions, and Economic Development Committee and has been referred to the Senate Appropriations Committee for a hearing on August 18th. Member Rosenbaum did an excellent job testifying in support of the bill at the hearing. Jason Fox from the California Society of CPAs and Pat Joyce from the Accountants Coalition also spoke in support of the bill. Executive Officer Dominic Franzella and Jason Fox met in advance with committee members and staff to provide information regarding the positive impact the bill will have. Staff expressed their gratitude to Mr. Fox and for his assistance in coordinating the meetings. The LC took no action on this item, and the LC maintains its sponsorship and support position of this bill. Next, the LC reviewed Assembly Bill 1405 related to artificial intelligence. Since the May meeting, the CBA has sent a letter to the author's office regarding certain inconsistencies within the bill as to who can perform the audits, how the audits are to be completed, and significant differences in results and costs associated with the reports. The bill took some minor amendments in the Governmental Organization Committee. However, most of the issues raised at the May meeting are still valid with the current version of the bill. AB 1405 is currently in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The CBA has no position on this bill, and the staff continue to offer to be a resource and share information to the bill's author and stakeholders. The LC took no action on this item. Continuing on with the school accountability measures, which include Assembly Bill 84, Senate Bill 414, and Senate Bill 719, which all specifically reference the CBA. The concerns raised in the analysis and at the May meeting have been expressed to the author's office, most notably as it pertains to the peer review and certified prior experience components. There was a lengthy hearing on AB 84 in the Senate Education Committee yesterday, where significant testimony was provided. The bill passed out of the committee and will head to the Appropriations Committee after the summer recess. SB 414 was also passed out of the Assembly Education Committee. Dominic Franzella stated that discussions are occurring with various stakeholders and it's possible amendments could be coming on these bills during the recess. Cal CPA has been instrumental in relaying CBA concerns to stakeholders. Staff continue to offer to be a resource and share information to the bill's authors and stakeholders. And the LC also took no action on this item. And then the final item on the Legislative Committee agenda was the review and consideration of possible positions on legislation the California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Staff continue to monitor 11 other bills of interest in the legislature, although none have risen to the level of requiring an analysis to be presented to the CBA. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Any comments or question from the board members? Seeing none. Sacramento location? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx?
Certainly, thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on the Legislative Committee summary, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or as calling users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any questions on the Legislative Committee summary? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Now we go to 9C. Ms. Dong, you're going to report out on Enforcement Program Oversight Committee.
Thank you. Staff presented an overview of the roles and key responsibilities of the Enforcement Advisory Committee. This overview included information on the committee's composition, the role of the CBA liaison, and key committee activities such as conducting investigative hearings, or IHs, and performing reviews of open and closed cases. The overview concluded with information regarding development and implementation of new procedures for conducting investigations involving complex and specialized cases by EAC members as part of the CBA's 2025-29 strategic plan. CBA members are also welcome to observe an IH to gain a better understanding of the process. If a member does observe an IH, should that matter be brought before the CBA for discipline, the member must recuse themselves from that case during closed session. If you are interested in observing an IH, please reach out to Ms. Carrie O'Connor, Enforcement Chief, directly to coordinate. The EPOC took no action on this item. That concludes my report. I will now turn it back to President Tu for discussion on this item.
Any further discussion with the board members? Seeing none, we'll go out to Sacramento location. Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the Enforcement Program Oversight Committee summary, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on the EPOC summary? I do not see any requests. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Moderator.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're moving on to agenda item 10A. 10A is agenda item for future California Board of Accountancy meetings. Are there any agenda item from members? Seeing none. Any from the Sacramento location? Seeing none. Ms. Moderator, can you open up WebEx again for comment?
Certainly. If anyone would like to suggest an agenda item for a future board meeting, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Any suggestions for future topics? I do not see any requests to speak. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're
and
welcome.
at this point, we are moving into a closed session to deliberate on closed session items. Once closed session is done, we, CPA will then adjourn. So thank you all for the public section of this meeting.
And this WebEx will now close. Thank you very much.